award for her outstanding PhD research is awarded. Like that, international awards like Best Poster Presentation is also honored. And she contributed many works for the benefit of scientific community as a co-PI, as a principal investigator, and also the many publications. And also she has developed 5 technologies, and all those are included in package of practices of University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkote. For this second day, first session, which is on significance of diet and nutrition for children and parents. To deliver this lecture, I welcome Dr. Bhuvaneshwari ji for this technical session. Hand over to Bhuvaneshwari madam.
Hello, sir. Sir,
Yes,
can
madam.
you hear me?
Yes, madam. I can.
Sir, hello. Hello.
Yes, madam. Yes, your screen is
Right.
visible.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
So now I am going to give you certain information with regard to significance of diet and nutrition for children and parents. Respected team, the co-organizers, and also the very important participants. Before going to the actual lecture, I am going to give you certain statistics with regard to nutrition. As we know, India is one of the developing country, and it is also growing many fruits and vegetables with a higher production. Even though there will be existence of underweight in case of both boys and girls. In case of boys, it is 58.1%, and also girls 50.1%. This means underweight means they are below the average weight. Then next to stunted children below the age of 5 years age, that is about 37.9% of the children are suffering from stunted. That is stunted means their growth rate is retarded. Then next is wasted. Wasted means they are very thin and also they are underweight, and it accounts about 20 to 80%. And also in the women, when you come to women of the reproductive age, that is adolescent age, 1 in 2 women they are suffering from anemia. And for all this, one has to overcome all these problems. In the year 2018, Ministry of Women and Child Development, they have introduced the Poshan Abhiyan program. The aim of this program is to reduce stunting, underweight, and also low birth weight by 2%, and also to overcome the anemia by 3%. And there are some stunting also 25% by the year 2012, which has been reduced by this Poshan Abhiyan. Apart from the nutritional diseases, the lifestyle diseases, they are also linked with the nutrition. One is diabetes and the other one is cardiovascular diseases. The next one is hypertension, and also the nowadays one among is obesity. And when you come to statistics, about 8 to 7% of the diabetic population there suffer from diabetes between the age group of 20 to 7 years. And also 60% of the total adults death in India is accounts to cardiovascular diseases. Hypertension, that is blood pressure is 29.8%, and there will be a prediction that overweight and obesity by 2040 is about 30.5% in case of men and 27.4% in case of women, and obesity it will be about 9.5% in men and 13.9% in women. So what are the reasons for all these health disorders? This may be due to increasing urbanization. Due to urbanization, they are going to consume energy-rich diets which are higher in fat and also sugar, and less in dietary fiber and complex carbohydrates. Then the urban population is turning to be more sedentary work rather than the heavy work in their physical activity. And apart from this, consumption of alcohol providing empty calories, that is consumption is going to provide empty calories, and also chewing of tobacco is also one of the common among the people. Hence, prevalence of disorders, it will lead to obesity, heart disease, hypertension, and also diabetes, and also certain types of cancer. There are so many cancers, even every part of our body is supposed to cancer will be attacking. So next is nutrition is nothing but the science that interprets the interaction of nutrients and other substances, which is food relation to maintenance, growth, reproduction, health, and illness of an organism. This is one of the sciences which related with all these, what is happening in our body. This science is deals with. Then when you come to diet, a diet may be a liquid, a solid food which is consumed by an individual or a population group. And when in terms of diet, a poor diet, when we consume, it will lead to injurious impact and health causing deficiency diseases. The next, when you go for functions of food, the food is performing three main functions. One is physiological functions, social functions, and also psychological functions. So physiological functions is to provide energy, building the body, and also regulates activities of the body and maintenance of health. To provide energy, energy is required for each human being in order to do activities, that is regular physical activities, and also we are not knowing that is involuntary activities. That is. Then building the body, baby is born with 2.5 kg to normal birth weight, and it is grown up to 60 kgs during the adult stage. The building of the body is from the food only. Then it also regulates the activities of the body, like involuntary activities, whatever we are without unknowingly the body is going to carry out in our body, that is heartbeat, pulse rate, circulation of the blood, all those, they are the involuntary activities, and also function of the kidney, all those, it will be regulated by the food only. Then maintenance of health, that is food contains many antioxidants and phytonutrients. These are very responsible for the maintenance of health, especially with regard to diabetes, metabolic disorders like diabetes, and also cardiovascular diseases, and also cancer. So antioxidants which are present in food, they are act as a oxidative scavengers for free radicals. So it helps in preventing the tumor formation in the body. The next will be the social functions. As we know, food is one of the attraction in any social functions when we go, even in case of marriages, birthday function, or any functions, food is the center of attraction. And we can offer a food to the Swamijis to our inviting to our home, and also it is one of the social functions. And also when we are celebrating the birthdays, and then we are going to cutting the cake, and also in case of Makara Sankranti, we are going to share the tilgul, that is ಎಳ್ಳು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ, that is all come under social functions. We are going to celebrate when you pass the exam, then we are going to give beda. When the baby is born, then we are going to give, especially in case of women child, and that is female child is born, girl child, then we are going to give a jalebi. And when the boy child is born, then they are going to offer a beda, like that. Then when you come to psychological functions, it is like a baby and also the mother. She is going to provide a particular food which is going to be liked by the child. So it is one of the affection between the child and the mother. And also when we go to a party, friends party, then It is also love and affection between the friends. That is, we are going to provide the foods. Then when you come to basic 5 food groups, basically they are classified into protein-rich foods, protective foods, other vegetables, cereals, fruits and tubers, fats, oil and sugary. All these basic 5 food groups. In case of protein-rich foods or milk and milk products, pulses, egg, meat and meat products, they are come under protein-rich foods, and they are going to provide many nutrients to our body. So when you come to protective foods, all green leafy vegetables, vitamin C rich fruits and vegetables, that is like andla, gava, and also citrus fruits, all these come under vitamin C rich foods. And also yellow color orange fruits and vegetables, all yellow colored like pumpkin, papaya, all these come under this category. Then when you come to other vegetables, the capsicum, brinjal, nol cole, cabbage, all these come under other vegetables. They are going to provide carotenoids, folic acid, and also minerals like calcium and fiber. Cereals, roots and tubers, they are going to provide all cereals, roots and tubers like beetroot and all those. They will provide all these nutrients. Then fats, oils and sugar, jaggery, they will come under, they are going to provide energy, iron, and also essential fatty acids and fat soluble vitamins like A, D, E, K. So nutrients, they are classified into macro and micro. In macronutrients, carbohydrate, protein, fat, they will come under this category. And in case of micronutrients, minerals and vitamins. So macronutrients, they are again carbohydrates, they are classified into different classification, and protein complete and incomplete. Then fat saturated and unsaturated. In unsaturated, again it is classified into polyunsaturated and monounsaturated. In case of minerals, macro minerals and micro minerals. And vitamins, fat soluble and water soluble. So what are the functions of these nutrients? Each nutrients have their own functions. So water is one of the important nutrients. It is very important for dissolving the nutrients and also carrying the nutrients in our body, and also to remove waste and regulates body temperature. Protein, it is very essential for the build tissue, wear and tear of tissues whenever there is injury. Then antibodies, enzymes, hormones and other compounds, and also hairs and nails, it is made up of protein. Then carbohydrate is the one which is mainly going to provide energy. Then fat, along with energy, it is also very essential for the insulation of our body and also protection from the external environment. So next is vitamins. Vitamins, they will facilitate other nutrients involving in regulating the growth and manufacturing of hormones, which are very essential for the metabolism of our body and also digestion. So next is minerals. It is the main minerals, calcium and phosphorus, the macro minerals. They are going to very essential for the bones and teeth formation. They are also very essential for the muscle function and nervous system activity. Dietary fiber, it is also one of the important nowadays. It will helps in the elimination of constipation and also maintenance of blood sugar, and also prevents the thyroids which are going to be occur whenever we are taking a less dietary fiber diet. So these are all the deficiency of nutrients. Kwashiorkor is the one where the protein deficiency leads to kwashiorkor, and it is mainly occurs in the children below the age of 5 years. And marasmus, it is also going to be occur. Kwashiorkor, it is below the age of 1 year, and marasmus, it is below the age of 5 years. And these two deficiency diseases will lead to protein energy malnutrition disease. And kwashiorkor means, the meaning of kwashiorkor is the illness the child develops when a first baby was born. That is before the first baby born. That is first baby and second baby. There is no gap. Then the second baby is going to be taken care, and the first baby is going to be neglected. So it will lead to kwashiorkor and marasmus. And this is the one, xerosis of the cardia, xerosis of the conjunctiva, that is mainly due to deficiency of vitamin A. Then in case of vitamin D, vitamin D, it will lead to bow legs, that is deficiency of calcium and vitamin D. In case of children, it will lead to bow legs, and also bleeding of the ribs, that is main in case of rickets, that is there in case of vitamin D deficiency. Then when you come to thiamine deficiency, it will lead to wet beriberi and dry beriberi. This is the picture which is showing wet beriberi and dry beriberi. In case of dry beriberi, the patient is going to be bedridden and is not able to walk. When the patient is like that only, then the last stage is it will lead to death of a patient. Then this is the one where the scurvy, that is the bleeding of the gums, teeth, that is going to be occur whenever there is a deficiency of vitamin C. Then when you come to anemia, anemia is mainly due to three vitamins, one mineral, two vitamins and one mineral. One mineral is iron deficiency anemia, and the vitamin is B12 and folic acid. Folic acid, it will lead to macrocytic megaloblastic anemia, and in B12 it will lead to pernicious anemia. Macrocytic megaloblastic means the maturation of red blood cells, they will require folic acid. So whenever there is a deficiency of the folic acid, the red blood cells, they won't mature. So it will lead to anemia. So this is the one where the goiter, this is mainly due to deficiency of iodine. Nowadays, the iodine deficiency has been prevented mainly due to the inclusion of iodized salt in the diet. So the next is glacitis. So this is mainly due to deficiency of riboflavin, vitamin B2, glacitis. That is, it is also the tongue is going to be reddened, and also the corners of the mouth are going to be injured. That is, it will lead to mainly due to thiamine, riboflavin deficiency. So apart from these, all these deficiency diseases are mainly due to lacking of nutrients in the food. So what are the factors which are going to affect the nutritional needs? One is development, and the other one is gender, the next one is ethnicity and culture. So when you come to development, it is not rapid in all the stages from the childhood to the old age. So development at a certain period it is more rapid, and it is mainly in infancy stage and also adolescent stage. There will be a rapid development. During this period, we need to have a more amount of nutrients in a food. So the next one is gender. Gender, the male and female requirement are going to be differed. Usually, gender, in case of male, they will require more amount of calories. Rather than in case of women, they will require less amount of calories. So nutrient requirements, they are differ from men to women, and also differ from body composition, because this is mainly due to body composition. Because body composition is, in case of men, it is mainly the muscle development will be the more, and in case of women, the fatty tissue will be more in case of women. So their requirement will be different, and also reproductive functions in case of women, because in the childbearing age they require more amount of nutrients. So it will be differ from gender. And also when you come to ethnicity and culture, ethnicity means the one culture food will be varied from the other culture, and also location of the particular regionality will be differ in case of food eating pattern or meal eating pattern. So for example, when you take South Indians and the North Indians, South Indians, they're mainly based on rice. When you come to North Indians, their main ingredient is the wheat. So they are much more fond of wheat-based products along with potato. But in case of southern India, when you come to, they are mainly they are preparing dosa, idlis, and also rice will be the main staple food. So the ethnicity and culture, it is also going to vary with the food. So when you come to a diet for a pregnant woman, one by one I will go. First one is from the infancy stage, that is pregnant woman. She requires more food during pregnancy, and she has to need more whole grain seed, sprouted grams, and also fermented foods like curd, idli, and all those things. Then take milk, egg, or that is protein-rich foods. They are inadequate amounts she has to take during the pregnancy period, and also she has to eat more amount of vegetables and fruits. Then avoid superstitions and food taboos. Some of the foods they are not going to given to the pregnant woman, so that should not be taken there in case of pregnant woman. Then do not use alcohol or tobacco while pregnancy, and take iron and folate calcium supplements regularly after 14 to 16 months of weeks of pregnancy, and it should be continued in lactation also. Why it is needed? Because maternal diet that is going to be added to the in extracellular fluids, breast tissue, and all those things. So she needs more amount of all these ingredients, all these nutrients for her body. So food items like cereals, all these food items she has to take in a quantity, that is cereals 400 grams per day, oil should be 20 grams, sugar and jaggery 30 grams, milk and curd it is 200 ml, then pulses 55 grams, meat and egg 20 to 30 grams, fruits 100 grams, and vegetables she needs 275 grams to meet out the requirements of both the bodies. So what are the important nutrients? All these, that is protein, folic acid, calcium, omega-3 fatty acids, iodine, vitamin C, zinc, and calorie. All these should be taken by a pregnant woman in a recommended manner, that is requirement. According to requirement, calories during pregnancy, she needs extra energy, that is plus 300 calorie of food through nutrients, then protein plus 15 grams. For example, in a normal woman, they will take about 50 grams of protein, that is 1 gram per kg body weight. So, in case of a pregnant woman, she needs 50 plus 15, that is 65 grams protein. Then calcium, usually in normal it is 400 milligrams, and it is going to be increased during pregnancy to 1000 milligrams. And iron requirement is 38 milligrams. Vitamin A is 600 milligrams, micrograms, and beta carotene 2400 beta carotene. Then vitamin B1, B2, niacin, all these, even though they are in small quantities, if they are not taking, it will lead to deficiency diseases. And also folic acid requirement is 400 milligrams. So next is guidelines for pediatric nutrition. Whenever after a delivery, then infant should be exclusively breastfed for 6 months without taking any extra milk. If the mother is not giving sufficient milk, then extra milk should be given during this age. Then after 6 months, provide nutrients which are easily digestible. So contains various antibodies because breast milk contains various antibodies, and it also builds the immunity to the child. Never overfeed or force the child to eat. Should not force them, because the body's mechanism is like that only. They won't talk. So we need to don't overfeed the child. Then introduce new foods at regular intervals to increase acceptance of new foods, because interval that is should be moved in case of children, because their digestibility is not more like an adult. So we have to introduce a new food to the child frequently. So it should be provided in small quantities. That is, then provide food that is colorful and appealing way. It should be attracted by the children. Then balance food with the physical activity whenever the child grow. Then provide plenty of grains, fruits and vegetables, and also low fat dairy products which are less in fat. And never stop breakfast, because glycogen stores in our body, they are going to use whenever we are asleep for 12 hours in a night. So when we stop the breakfast, so glycogen stores will not be there in our body. It will lead to tiredness, and also we should not work for a longer period. So should not, even in case of adults, should not break the or gap the breakfast. So one has to take the breakfast early in the morning. So involve the child in making food choices. So we have to provide the choice to the food. So these are all the complementary foods one has to introduce to the child. That is khichdi, which is made up of apples and a cereal. So it is very nutritious given to the child. Then malted ragi porridge, it is nutritious, along with it will provide enough iron and also calcium, which is very essential for the children during rapid growth. Then wheat payasam, it is rich in protein. Along with the ghee, we are going to provide. So it is full of fat and also nutritious. Then vermicelli kheer, it is also along with the dry fruits when we give, it is also made up of wheat. So it will provide enough nutrients for the growth of the child. So when we counsel the nutritional counseling, at 6 months of age, complementary feeding should be included. That is fruit juices, and also introduce new foods like vegetable soup, mashed banana, boiled and mashed potato, etc. Then each food should be given with 1 or 2 teaspoons at first for 3 to 6 times per day. So we have to make a more intervals for the baby feeding. So food items given in 6 to 9 months of age, it will include rice and dal, khichdi, whatever I told you earlier. So all those should be along with bread or roti which is soaked in milk or dal. Then mashed fruits like banana, mango, papaya, and the stewed apple. Stewed apple means we have to off boil the apple and give it to food. Otherwise, it is not digestible by the child. So stew half cooked apple and it is going to be mashed given to the child at the age of 6 to 9 months. Then egg yolk can be given from 6 to 7 months onwards. That is, white should not be given. Egg yolk, it is rich in nutrients, so it should be given. For 6 to 7 months afterwards. Then curd or kheer can be introduced after the 7 to 8 months of age. Then when you come to 9 to 12 months, one has to introduce the other non-vegetarian foods like fish, meat, chicken during this period. So feed should be soft and well cooked. That is, because these are all non-vegetarian, they should be well cooked. It should be soft enough to chew. So for the child, and also spices and condiments should be avoided during this period. Then breastfeeding is going to be continued here also. Then at 12 to 18 months age, the child can take all food which is cooked in the family, and also it will need half of the amount of mother's diet. Number of feeds can be 4 to 5 times or according to child needs. Then breastfeeding is going to be continued, especially it should be during night hours. So adequate knowledge, all should be attitude and practices. Application of nutritional requirement must be basis on the infant feeding, and health and nutritional status of an infant, it is depending on the successful feeding practices, and nutritional counseling is required to the community in order to promote the healthy child and also to prevent nutritional deficiency diseases. Then when you come to children, after the infant is over, then when you come to children, our future form of 1/3 of our generation or population, their growth is the best global indicator of children's well-being. Suppose if the child is healthy, then growth is one of the indicator. If they grow well according to age, then they are healthy. Then adequate food intake is essential for proper growth. For this, one has to take care to give a healthy food. And also low food intake can affect their physical, and also apart from physical development, they are going to mental growth is also going to be affected. So it is very important to take care of the children. According to NICEF estimates, that is NICEF estimates, 60% of child deaths are due to malnutrition associated. Asia has largest number of malnourished children. India accounts for about 40% of malnourished children in the world, and UNICEF estimates that malnutrition affects physical and mental function of 2 billion children. So it is very important one has to take care, and in this case, 1 in 3 children of the world's malnourished children, they are going to be live in India. So what are the with regard to child and physical development, how the physical development takes place in case of children. Rapid growth happens between even in case of infancy and also during adolescence, both in case of girls and also boys. Nutrition is vital during the growth phase. Here you can see the up to 0 age from the growth, it is going to be up to 18 years of age or nearly 18 years of age, both the boys and growth up to 165 or 180 centimeters. So it is very important for the growth phase, we have to provide proper nutrition. Inadequate nutrition affects both the growth and also muscle development. That is, they are going to become lean enough they are thin enough, so they are not able to walk, they are not mingle with the other children, so their friends are playing some games like that, they are not interested. So it is very important to take care of all these. So factors which are going to affect the child growth, one is genetical factors, one is hereditary factors, and the environmental factors and endocrine factors. In environmental factors, even the nutrients and food, altitude, climate, urbanization, socioeconomic status, size and social mobility, these are all going to be factors which are going to affect the child's growth, especially the environmental factors. So, nutritional status of children during the critical period is of more paramount importance for later physical, mental, and social development. Whenever we are providing an inadequate diet, it will lead to poor growth, poor cognition ability, poor muscle development, reduced work capacity, poor social development, high rates of illness, and difficulty in school. They are not going to concentrate in any studies. So, we have to take care. So, gaps in meal intake of nutrients amongst children in India. When you come to boys and girls, 10 to 15 years of age, 94.5% of the children, they are going to take vitamin C nutrient. And when you come to girls, they are still reduced. That is 73.2% only. They are going to take vitamin C rich foods. So, likewise, niacin, riboflavin, thiamine, vitamin A, iron, and calcium. When you come to iron and vitamin A, even there will be still less quantity of vitamin A and iron will be provided through a diet of boys and girls. So, when you come to diet for preschool child, that is important time for growth and development. Children, they will grow very fast. They require foods to build up their bodies and to become strong. Diets which must contain the foods like pulses, nuts, milk are providing nutrient. That is, these are all providing the nutrients like protein, and sufficient quantities of vegetables. They are rich in vitamins and minerals should be provided during this period. And also diet plan must fit into socio-economic status of the family, because some families, they are very poor socio-economic status. Their standard of living will be less. So during that period, the diet plan should be according to the socio-economic. For example, when they are not offered to take the milk, so whichever the cheaper source of protein, they are going to be provided like pulses. Even the small quantity of pulse they will take, then it will give a recommended dietary allowances of protein requirements. So they should be given, the particularly preschool children of 1 to 5 years, they should be given more number of feedings. And the meal should be less bulky. Whenever there is a bulky, then they will eat less quantity of, and they won't contain many nutrients. So less bulky and dense in nutrients. For example, dried foods like almonds, cashew nuts, all those they should be given. Then they will provide sufficient nutrients for the child. Then when you come to child for school age, that is 6 to 15 years, their body growth is comparatively slow when you compare with the earlier case, like infancy. So during this age, it is slow. Nutritional requirement increases gradually, even in this case also. Not because this is mainly because the lot of schoolwork and also emotional stress make the children does not take more food, so it will affect the food intake. So food containing good quality of proteins, vitamins, and minerals, they should be included in a diet. Child carry packed lunch. That is, usually we are going to give a lunch to the children to school. So proper care must be taken while planning the lunch, along with the nutrients, and also we have to provide sufficient quantity of fruits, vegetables, because alone they are not eating the food. So when you mix with the food, then they will be food will be more attractive, and they are going to eat that lunch and also going to get the sufficient nutrients. Then when you come to adolescent age, during this period, there will be rapid growth and also development. So along with that, they are going to physically, they will grow, psychologically, and also sexual maturation will be there in this period. So nutritional requirements are also going to be increased. So proper diet is not given in this case, then they will become more susceptible to infections and also deficiency diseases. So whenever there is a deficiency of vitamin D and calcium, potassium, magnesium, zinc and copper minerals, then manganese and also vitamin E, what it will affect on the growth of physical development of a children. Whenever there is a deficiency of D and calcium vitamins, then there will affect the bone development, and all these nutrients, they will deficiency disrupts the growth hormones and also affect the growth. Manganese deficiency leads to skeletal abnormalities including retarded growth, and vitamin E deficiency affects muscle development. So when you come to mental development, that is physical development is over. When you come to mental development, it is very important. So all these nutrients like vitamin B1 to B12, folic acid, C and E vitamins are very much important in order to grow the child mentally well. So reduction of the brain, whenever there is a deficiency of vitamin B1, that is thiamine, reduction in the brain content of neurotransmitters, that is it will lead to a memory loss in case of children, and also impaired performance on psychomotor tests, neuromotor in coordination, and personality changes in case of deficiency of vitamin B12, B2. Then loss of memory, nervousness, easy distractibility, and schizophrenia will be there in the B3 deficiency, and also B6, it will lead to depression, irritability, loss of memory, inability to concentrate, peripheral neuritis. So it will disturb the school age children. So loss of memory, all these vitamins, they are going to affect the mental development. They will lose the memory and they are not concentrating towards studies. Their IQ is also going to be reduced. Non-verbal intelligence will be there. Then altered behavior and attention span will be more. So taken in a proper care. And apart from those vitamins, the minerals also going to affect the mental development of the children. These are some minerals like iron, iodine, zinc, and selenium. They are going to lead a less. Whenever there is a deficiency, it will lead to less retarded mental development. So these are all the manifestations. They are going to be there in case of these micronutrient deficiency: lethargy, decreased visual memory, impaired cognitive development, and neuropsychological problems, all those. So now global loss of 10 to 15% intellectual quotient IQ will be less in case of iodine deficiency mineral. So when you come to immunity during this COVID period, that is COVID-19, these are all the immunity nutrients which are going to be provided in the form of food, that is vitamin A, vitamin E, vitamin C, zinc and selenium. So these are all giving immunity to the body. So whenever there is a deficiency, manifestations will occur, that is impairs immunocompetence, therefore it can increase the risk of infection, impaired several aspects of the immune response, and impaired inflammatory responses. All those will be impaired antibody production. Antibody is very important to sustain our body. So all these nutrients, they are going to affect the immunity. So frequent illness, whenever there is, we are not taking hygienic conditions, it will lead to frequent illness. It will adversely affect the growth and development of the children. So one has to need best nourishment with all essential nutrients in recommended quantity for optimal immune function, then faster recovery, healthy physical growth and mental development. We can see in rural areas where they are not taking care of the children, they are going to play in the outwards. They are playing with the mud and all those things. They are not properly cleaned. So there will be infection. It will lead to a diarrhea or vomiting. So all this diarrhea and vomiting, if we are not taking care, it will largely lead to death because the dehydration of the body. So one has to take care of the children for the proper hygiene practices also. So these are all the water and calorie requirement. Water is also very important. Even without food we can live, but without water we cannot live a day. So water is the one. First 3 days we have to need 80 to 100 ml per kg of water for the baby when a baby is born, the first 3 days. From 3 to 10 days, 125 to 150 ml per kg. That is Depending on the kg body weight, the requirement will differ. So when you take the adult, they require 50 ml per kg body weight. So calorie requirements, it also varies in case of children and infants. So it will vary depending on the age. Protein requirement, already I told you about which are the protein rich foods. So infants, they will require 2.3 grams of protein per kg per day in the form of milk protein, because the mother's milk is the one where we are going to provide during this age. So up to 3 to 6 months also, milk protein in the form of milk, we are going to provide the protein, that is 1.8. It will be reduced to 1.8 after 6 months. So during 6 months, 6 to 9 months also 1.65 grams per kg body weight, and 9 to 12 months 1.5. So children below, between the age of 1 to 3 years, they require 1.83. Like this, the protein requirement is also going to be varied from adolescents in case of both males and females. In case of males 1.46, and in case of females slightly less, and in case of 13 to 15 years 1.4 and 1.133, that is the requirement, and gram per day is 57, that is 57. In case of males it is 54. So it is going to be 70 in case of 13 to 15 years age group, and in case of it is going to be reduced in case of females, that is 65 grams per day. So next is the another important nutrient, that is the carbohydrate. It is one of the important source of energy and supply bulk in the diet, because in our Indian diet about 40 to 60% of the diet is made up of carbohydrate. That is, mainly we are going to take energy in the form of carbohydrates like cereals and also pulses. And also tuber crops, they are going to provide carbohydrates. They contribute to taste and also essential for digestion and absorption of other foods. Carbohydrates play an important part in infant nutrition as they spare proteins and fully utilized for growth and various repair process. That means whenever we are going to provide sufficient amount of carbohydrates, then the protein is going to be utilized for the growth of the children. If we are not providing the carbohydrates in a adequate, then the protein is going to be used for the energy purpose. So protein can be used for energy purpose, then the growth purpose is going to be retarded, and it cannot be used for the growth purpose. So whenever we are giving adequate carbohydrate diet to the children, then the growth is also going to be increased due to the utilization, protein sparing action of carbohydrates for the growth. So growth will be more in case of when adequate carbohydrate is provided, because carbohydrates, 1 gram of carbohydrates, they will provide 4 kilocalories of energy. At the same time, proteins, 1 gram of protein provide 4 kilocalories of energy. When you come to fat, it will provide about 9 kilocalories of energy. So 1 gram provide 9 kilocalories. So whenever we provide carbohydrates, it will act as a protein sparing action. So all carbohydrates are ultimately oxidized and converted to glucose, and it is going to be absorbed by the body, and it will give a fuel, that is in the form of ATP molecules. They will provide the energy to the body. And when you come to the requirements in the age group, in infants, 40 to 50% of the total calories should be carbohydrate. And in case of preschool children, 40 to 60%. Suppose 100% will be the total calories, then in 100%, 40 to 60% of the calories should be met by the carbohydrates. And in case of older children and adolescents, 50 to 70%. Here, still the requirement will be more when you compare with the infants and preschool children. And when you come to adults, the same, adolescents and also adults, they require more amount of carbohydrates through the diet in the form of 50 to 70%. And when you come to pregnant women and lactating mothers, they will require 40 to 60%, as in case of preschool children. So that is glucose. Whenever carbohydrates are digested and they are going to provide energy and in the form of fuel, it is going to be by the brain and muscle are converted to glycogen and stored in liver and muscle tissues. Already I told you about the glycogen stores. So whenever there is a sleeping, this glycogen stores, they are going to be utilized for the purpose of energy. So brain, even after long night hours, that is 8 hours sleep, the glycogen depletion will occur. So this glycogen should be met through a diet. Sources of carbohydrate in infants' diet is found in the form of lactose, that is when you come to infants, because usually we are going to provide a milk to the infants. So infant milk protein is, milk carbohydrate is lactose, both in case of both human and also in case of cow's milk. That should be provided for the 6 months age. Lack of adequate carbohydrate may produce symptoms of starvation, undernutrition, and also constipation and loss of body protein. Because the carbohydrate is not there, then the protein is going to be utilized for the carbohydrate function in the form of energy. So the muscle development cannot be occurred. So the body protein, that is lean body mass, is going to be occurred in case of carbohydrate deficiency. The next will be the fats. They are going to provide 40 to 50% of energy needed for the infant. So it provides protection and support the organs and insulation to the body as adipose tissue in the form of adipose tissue, and it acts as a carrier of fat soluble vitamins. As you know, the fat soluble vitamins A, D, E, K, they are going to be soluble in fat only, they are not soluble in water. So these fat soluble vitamins can be carried out by the fats only. So fats and oils are concentrated source of energy. Already I told you, it will give about 9 kilocalories of energy, and that makes the food more palatable, that is more digestible, attractive, and also texture is going to be become soft, taste, and also food will become taste. Fats and also oils are also termed as lipids. And when you come to recommended dietary allowances, young children, they will require about 25 grams per day. That is the visible fat. I am representing the 25 grams of visible fat, that is externally we are adding, that is called as visible fat, that should be provided to the children, young children. And when you come to adults, it should be 20 grams per day. That is, for example, a liter of oil can be utilized for 4 people in a month. That is adults requirement. When you go through like this, then the 20 grams means for 30 days it will 600 grams, like that. So for a people, one has to use 4 liters in a month. Then when you come to a fat, they are classified into saturated fats and unsaturated fats. Saturated fats, they are rich in meat, eggs, milk and dairy products. And unsaturated fats, they are commonly found in all vegetable oils and also fish. It is a unsaturated fat. More fat intake in the diet can cause indigestion, and as it remains longer in the stomach, because digestion will not be more when you take more fat. It will be hours together, it will be there in our food in the body, so it cannot be easily digestible, so it will remain longer in the stomach. Deficiency of all fatty acids may result in growth retardation. Whenever there is deficiency, then it will lead to growth retardation, then skin disorders, because fat is also very important for the skin health, then susceptibility to infections, neurological and visual problems. ICMR recommended 25 grams in children and 22 grams in case of older children. So when you come to vitamins, these are the substances. They are essential micronutrients for maintenance of normal health. Vitamins enables the body to use other nutrients and also help in maintenance and production of good health. So there are 2 types. One is fat soluble vitamins and the water soluble vitamins. Fat soluble vitamins are A, D, E, K, and water soluble vitamins are B and C. So vitamin requirement of individual child may vary with the activity, age and body weight. And it is also requirement will be more in case of preterm babies. Those babies which are born below 9 months, they are preterm babies, and infant get adequate vitamins from mother during lactation. They are going to get more during lactation period. So preterm babies, they will require more amount of vitamin. And when you go by one of the vitamins, that is important vitamin A, that is it is necessary for the vision in dim light. That is, whenever there is deficiency, it will lead to night blindness. Whenever we are not taking care, then it will lead to xerosis of the cornea and xerosis of the conjunctiva. So the vitamin A is very essential for the normal vision. So apart from the vision, it is also very helpful for the skin health, for the epithelial tissues. So all green leafy vegetables, they are yellow color and orange. They are rich in vitamins like carrots, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, papaya, mango, pumpkin. All green leafy vegetables, they are rich in vitamin A in the form of beta carotene. All animal foods, they are rich in vitamin A, and it is directly vitamin A is going to be fed through non-vegetarian diet. But when you come to vegetarian diet, vitamin A is in the form of beta carotene, that is the precursor of vitamin A. And when we eat those foods in the stomach, it is converted into vitamin A and it is absorbed by the body. So next vitamin is vitamin C. It is essential nutrient required for healthy bones and teeth. Already I told you the deficiency, it will lead to bleeding in the gums and all those things. So it promotes iron absorption. It is essential for the absorption of iron. Even though when you are taking more iron in the diet, if vitamin C is not there, then it is not going to be absorbed by the body. So vitamin C deficiency is characterized by weakness, bleeding gums, defective bone growth. Is abundantly available in case of amla, citrus fruits, guava, banana, and certain vegetables like tomato, and even in case of cabbage, nolpole, they are rich in vitamin C. It is very susceptible to destruction by atmospheric oxidation, because when you kept open this vitamin C, then it is going to be easily oxidized. So there will be loss whenever there is a storage of this vitamin C. So it can be stored in a well closed bin, closed dabbas or bins, so it can be properly utilized. And otherwise, it is going to be affected by the light and also heat. So originally, it is going to be destroyed. Folic acid is another one of the vitamin essential for the multiplication and maturation of red blood cells. Already I told you, it will lead to megaloblastic anemia. And folic acid during pregnancy, it will protect the fetus from developing certain congenital defects and promotes the birth weight of infants. Birth weight, it is normal weight. It is going to be promoted by the folic acid. So whenever there is a risk of there increasing risk of heart diseases whenever deficiency of vitamin this folic acid. All green leafy vegetables, legumes, nuts, liver are good sources of this folate. Minerals are essential for the bone growth, and also all metabolism like repair and regulations of vital body functions will be maintained by the minerals. Well-balanced diet should have a sufficient quantity of and also quality of minerals. Minerals are required for maintenance of osmotic pressure, because as we know, potassium and sodium, they are going to important for the blood pressure. That is, blood pressure, whenever there is sodium level is high in the body, then it will lead to pressure the blood. So it will lead to more blood pressure or hypertension will be there. So maintenance of this hypertension by the minerals like calcium, potassium, and the sodium. Because when we are taking a more salt to our body, it is rich in sodium, so it will lead to hypertension. So less hypotension patients should take more amount of salt-based foods like pickles and all those things. Then they should maintain the minerals in the form of electrolytes. So minerals are classified into macro and minerals and micro minerals depending on the intake or requirement of the body. So my macro minerals, usually in case of macro minerals, they are required more than 100 milligrams per day, and in case of micro minerals, they require less than 20 milligrams per day. So they are called as micro minerals. And macro minerals like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and then sodium, potassium, they will come under macro minerals. And micro minerals, iron, selenium, zinc, cobalt, iron, iodine, all they will come under zinc come under micro minerals. So iron is one of the major mineral which is very important for the hemoglobin formation, and that is going to be, it is present in the form of red pigment in the red blood cells. What is the purpose of this hemoglobin? Play an important role in the transport of oxygen to the tissue. Suppose if the people are less in iron deficiency or iron deficiency anemia, then they are not able to walk for a while. So they will become fatigued. So why they are fatigued? Because the hemoglobin level will be less in those people, and it is very important for the transport of oxygen to the tissues. So whenever there is a low hemoglobin, fatigue will be more. Reduction in hemoglobin in blood cells, it will lead to anemia, and it is characterized by the symptoms like paleness. The person will be pale in color, that is, eyes will be pale, and also skin will be pale, and they are easily fatigued, and increased susceptibility to infections if they are attacked by any type of infections during this case. So all these iron is present in green leafy vegetables, and also vitamin C rich foods are very essential for the absorption of this iron. The next will be the calcium. Calcium is maintaining the connective tissues and also maintaining the cell walls. So it also helps in regulating the mitotic transition and also cell division. It is one of the essential component in the enzyme production system, which are helping in the digestion and also fat metabolism. So adult requirements, approximately adult body contains how the calcium is going to be deposited in our body. Usually the body contains in the form of bone, that is 1100 grams of calcium. It is present in the body in the form of bone formation. So in case of the blood also contains certain amount of calcium, and it is normally 9 to 10.2 milligrams per deciliter of bread. So this is the mineral requirement for infants and the calcium requirement of infants. So these are all the mineral allowance should be given. In case of calcium, infant 500 milligrams of calcium, and 400 and 600, 500. These are all the, according to age, they will differ. So even in case of iron requirement, both boys and girls requirement are going to be different. Boys in earlier age 34 milligrams they will require, girls 19 milligrams, and boys 41 milligrams, girls 28, and boys 50 milligrams and girls 30 milligrams of iron requirement should be there. And these are all the other mineral requirements like iodine, sodium, potassium, zinc, copper, and fluorine. Even though the requirement is with very small quantities, but the minimal requirement is very essential for the healthy body. So this is all about the children. The next will be the parents. How the adults, that is nutritional requirements of parents, that is reference man. Whenever we are calling a reference man, he or she should be 20 to 39 years of age group, weighing about 60 kg. In case of man, it is 60 kg, and in case of woman, it is 55 kg. They should be healthy, fit for active work. He or she spends 8 hours daily on occupational work, usually moderate work, that is occupational work. Then, while not at work, he spends about 8 hours in bed, that is sleeping for 8 hours, and 6 hours sitting or moving around, like walking and all those things, sitting and moving around. Then 2 hours for walking and household work. This it will all contribute to reference man. And the same in the case of reference woman, except in case of weight, that is weight should be 55 kg whenever we are calling her as a reference woman. So this is the actual ideal body weight and also age for the reference man and woman. Before going to a reference actual nutrient requirements, we should know about all these things. That is, one is body mass index and the classification, because energy requirement and also essential nutrient requirements depending on all these. So formula of this BMI is weight in kgs and height in meters square. Even you can also measure your BMI. Even calculators are also available, and also certain BMI charts are also available in the website. So you can search and also can calculate the BMI of your weight and height. Weight should be in kgs and height in meters square. So after this BMI calculation, you can in which category you are going to belong. So you can from this classification you can know if your BMI is below 15, then you are very severely underweight. And if the BMI is 18.5 to 25 kg per meter square, then you comes under normal weight. If the BMI is more than 25, that is 25 to 30, then you comes under overweight. Like this, when there is increase in the BMI content, then there will be a obese class people will come. So obese class 1 is 30 to 35 BMI, obese class 2 is 35 to 40, and obese class 3 is 40. Even apart from this BMI, another formula is there, that is Broca's index. Broca's index means the ideal weight of a body is equal to 100 your height, that is in centimeters. We have to calculate in centimeters. Usually we are going to take height in feet, so you should convert it into a centimeter, then minus 100, it will give you an ideal body weight. Suppose if a person is having 163 centimeters in height, minus 100, then is equal to 63 kg will be the his or her body weight. Then it is called as ideal body weight. That is another equation or another formula one has to find out the ideal body weight. So you can also find all those things in your body. So food pyramid is the one. Before going to actual food consumption, food pyramid is also very important. Here the basement is the food requirement, that is the food which are containing the cereals and also tubers. They should be taken in adequate quantity. So adequate quantity, already I told you, the calorie requirement should be 60 to 40% by this quantity of these cereals. That is 4 to 8 servings should be taken these bread cereal products in a day. That is rice, noodle, bread and cereals and also other products. Then the next will be the fruits. You can take these fruits in a plenty. You cannot any restrictions to take these fruits and vegetables. They should be taken, usually vegetables 3 servings per day, and in case of fruits 2 servings per day. And the next will be the milk and milk products and meat products. All these should be taken in a liberal, they should not be taken in liberal amount, they should be in moderate amounts. So the last will be the fat, oil, sugar and salt. These are all white in color, so they should be taken very less. Sparingly we have to take these component of food. So when you come to categorization of workers, they are categorized into light worker, moderate worker and hard worker. So when in case of light worker, office worker, driver, shopkeeper, teacher, lawyer, doctor, they all come under light workers. And moderate worker is railway worker, postman, plumber, bus conductor, tailor and carpenter. And hard worker is coal miner, steel worker, army recruit, then docker and laborers, and also even farmers, those who are working in a land, they are all come under hard workers. So when you come to RDA, recommended dietary allowances, that is the what is RDA? That is amount of nutrient which is sufficient to maintenance of health in nearly all age people. It is called as RDA. Except in case of energy, it is not holds good. So RDA requirement is equal to minimum requirement plus safety margin in order to maintain a healthy life. So RDA does not apply to sick people. Those who are sick, then RDA should not be recommended. According to NFHS data and UNICEF reports, 46% of preschool children and 30% of adults in India, they are suffering from protein calorie malnutrition, and over 50% of women, they are suffer from iron deficiency anemia. So obesity, diabetes, all these IDD symptoms will be occurring. So these are all the factors which are going to affect the energy requirement. Recommended diet for men and women. Adult women, they require cereals. As I told you, sedentary, moderate and heavy workers. Accordingly, the group will be differ. That is, the food item will be differ. Suppose in case of sedentary worker, it is visual requirement will be less compared with manual and heavy workers. And even in case of pulses, the requirement of sedentary workers will be less compared with the moderate and heavy workers. Even the case of women also, when you compare to adult man and woman, adult man requires more amount and adult woman requires less amount. In case of green leafy vegetables, they require more amount because they have to take more of iron rich foods. So when you come to portion size of fruits and nutrients, cereals and millets, 30 grams per portion. So they will provide about 3 grams of protein and 20 grams of fat, 20 grams of carbohydrates, and 5 grams of fat. So pulses, they are also going to provide energy. All these products they are going to provide, and gram portion will be expressed in terms of, in case of milk it is 100 ml portion. One portion is 100 ml. Fruits and tubers 100 gram is one portion. Green leafy vegetables and other vegetables they are come under are 100 in one portion. So 30 grams in case of cereals and pulses. And in case of meat and meat products like egg and meat products, it is 50 grams is one portion. And in case of sugar, usually when we take tea, 1 cup of tea, then we are going to add only one portion, that is 5 grams. So this is the portion. Per portion they are going to provide this much of energy, this much of protein and carbohydrates and also fat. So recommended dietary RDA for infants and children, that is, by this table you can easily find out that the requirement of energy is going to be increased as the age increases, and also the protein requirement, same as the case in case of protein requirement, and visible fat and also calcium requirement. And iron requirement, it is also vary from children to infants to the adolescent boys and girls. For men and women, the sedentary worker and the moderate worker, even in this case also, protein requirement is going to be different. That is, in case of pregnant women, they require plus 25 grams of protein and plus 350 kilocalories of energy. And so during lactation period, they require plus 600 in the 0 to 6 months period stage. Then protein requirement will be plus 19, and the visible fat is 30 grams, and the iron requirement will be 21. And in case of pregnant women, it is 35, and it is going to be reduced to 21 during the lactation period. This is the vitamin requirement. Vitamin requirements also going to be varied according to the age and also the gender, that is male and female. So requirements, all these, they are going to be, extra requirements will be there in case of thiamine, riboflavin and also niacin requirement, beta carotene while during pregnant and lactating period. So balanced diet for infants, children and adolescents, for the age group cereals, that is infants and children up to 16 to 18 years of age, both girls and boys, the cereals and millets should be incorporated for 11 portion size, that is 11 into 30. You have to multiply 30 by 11. That much of cereal should be provided to the 16 to 18 year girls. Like this, for 1 to 3 years, 30 into 60, that is 60 grams of cereals and millets should be included in the infant children with the age of 1 to 3 years. Like this, the fruits, sugar also going to be increased.
Madam,
Yes, sir.
your PPT is not visible.
Just share it.
You can share it.
Again, sir.
Yeah. In the chat box, there are some participants have messaged this. PPT is not visible.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Again, I will.
Okay, okay.
Present share and tell him. Now it's
Now it is okay, sir?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go ahead, madam. Go ahead, madam.
When you take all fruits and vegetables for a 1 to 3 year children, that is 50 grams of green leafy vegetables, 50 grams of other vegetables, and 50 grams of fruits and tubers, and 100 grams of fruit should be there in 1 to 3 year old children. And when you come to 4 to 6 year old children, there will be increase in 100 grams of tubers. Here it is 50 grams and plus 50 should be 100 grams in case of 4 to 6 year old children. And when you come to 7 to 9 year old children, they all other fruits, other vegetables, and also roots and tubers, they should be 100 grams, and green leafy vegetables should be 50 grams, and the fruit should be same, that is 100 grams. But when you come to adolescent age of 10 to 18 years, then we have to increase the roots and tubers to 100 grams, and also other vegetables 100 grams, and leafy vegetables also going to be increased to 100 grams, and along with 100 gram of fruits. That means whenever we are going to provide a diet to the children, then we have to increase the according to the requirement, we should provide the diet to the children. Then the next I am going to move into the functional foods. Functional foods are those nowadays they are going to concentrate on functional foods. One is omega-3 foods. That is, it is especially present in case of flax seeds and also salmon fish. It is going to be present. And also functional foods like cabbage, tomatoes, pineapple, green and black tea. Nowadays they are more popular because they are going to detoxify the effect. They are going to remove the toxification in the body. So they are going to act as a detoxifying effect by eating these, all these, or drinking the green tea or black tea. Then when you come to fenugreek seeds, it is leads to lower the blood sugar level. That is, whenever there is hyperglycemia, that is normal blood sugar is 80 to 120 ml per deciliter. So whenever there is diabetes, it will more than 140 milligram per deciliter. So during that case, when you take this fenugreek seeds in the form of soaked seeds or in the form of powder by mixing with water, so we can reduce the blood sugar level in the blood. That is, we can maintain the normal blood sugar in the diabetic patients. And also other classification is beta glucan and phytochemicals, which are usually present in oats. Oats is like a, it is another important cereal which is nowadays popular. That is, it is in the very value added products are going to be there from the oat also. So we can take these oats, we can get the beta glucan and also phytochemicals, which are very important in order to prevent the chronic diseases. And garlic and cinnamon, these are the two spices which are having an antibacterial effect. So whenever taking these, it will provide antibacterial effect to the body. Beta carotene, that is nothing but vitamin A, vitamin C, D and iron, they are acting as antioxidants. They are acting as a free radical scavengers. They help in preventing the tumors in the body. That is, especially the cancer is going to be prevented by taking all these rich foods, that is beta carotene rich foods. They are all antioxidants, and also soy based foods are also rich in antioxidants. One can take all these, then we can maintain our body good health. So function, what are the functions of omega-3 fatty acids? Nowadays, even the younger age adults, they are going to suffer from heart attack or heart is going cardiac arrest like this. So this alpha linoleic acid is called as omega-3 fatty acids. It is going to be very important in order to reduce the blood pressure and also reduce the triglycerides, because these triglycerides, they are low density lipoproteins. They are going to accumulate in the plaque in the develop in the arteries. So whenever there is a plaque formation in the arteries, it will also lead to respiratory problems. So again, it will lead to heart attacks. So reduces the chance of abnormal heart rhythm, that is fast heart beating or less slower heart beating, like this beating heart is also very important. So chance of abnormal heart beating will be not there when you are taking omega-3 fatty acids, and also it will reduce the heart attack and also heart stroke, lessen the chance of sudden cardiac arrest. That is cardiac arrest nowadays it is more common in people. So whenever we are taking the even the oil, whenever we are using in our home, it should be a good quality oil. That is palm oil, all those they are unsaturated fatty acids, saturated fatty acids. They are also going to harm the heart health. So they are going to make a plaque and make there is no proper aeration or proper circulation of air or oxygen or respiratory problem. It will lead to heart attacks. So this what all these omega-3 fatty acids, they are present in all these foods. That is in cereal and millet like wheat and pearl. They are bajra. 0.14 it will be there. And when it comes to unconventional, it will contain 20 milligrams of alpha linoleic acid, that is omega-3 fatty acids. So whenever you are using this flaxseed in the form of chutneys, then it will be good for heart. So these are all the glycemic index of common foods. So glycemic index is nothing but whenever we are going to compare with the sugar, that is glucose, with the other foods, so then this 100 will be the 103 will be the glucose glycemic index. And when you come to all these, that is glycemic index is less in case of chapati. When you take chapati, your glycemic index will be low, and in case of brown boiled rice, then it will be, even when you take barley also, it will be still less glycemic index. So these are all the glycemic index values. Those who are suffering from, because this is also one of the adult diet and nutrition, because most of the people who are suffering from diabetes nowadays, so when while choosing the food is also very important. What type of food we are going to eat is very important. Instead of eating the white bread, that is 75 glycemic index, when you take barley in the form, and also oats, milk porridge, sweet corn, there are orange, even when you take the fruits, they are having, along with the dietary fiber, they are going to provide the glycemic index value low. Therefore milk along with the foods, one has to take the fruits also, so one can maintain the glucose level in the blood. So these are all the low calorie vegetables and fruits. So this is also very important for the diabetic people. So amaranth, all green leafy vegetables, they are like spinach and all those things. They are they are going to provide less than 20 kilocalories of energy, and all gourds, they are giving low calorie when you compare. And when you come to high calorie foods, that is more than 100, suppose if people are having underweight and all those things, then they have to build the body, then they have to take a more amount of high calorie diets. People who are heavy workers, then you have to use all these high calorie foods. So high calorie foods is present in all these like roots and tubers, other vegetables, leafy vegetables like curry leaves, and also rape leaves, tamarind leaves, chakramuni, that is multivitamin. They are all rich in calories, more than 100. Then when you come to dry fruits, they are all rich in more amount of calories. Apricot, avocado, raisins, sitafal, wood apple, they are higher calories. When you come to cooked foods, when some of the cooked food, because already I told you what is the requirement of a person per day requirement of calories, then what is the contribution of one katori or 1 cup of rice? How many calories it will provide? It will provide about 170 kilocalories. When you eat fulka, that is roti, one number, then you are going to gain about 80 kilocalories of energy, and paratha 150 kilocalories. And when you eat 2 slices of bread, it also provides 170 kilocalories of energy. And idli, when you eat idli, two numbers, 150 kilocalories, like this. Pulses, when you come to plain dal, half a cup of pulse when you eat or dal, it will give you 100 kilocalories, and sambar 110 kilocalories. That is the serving size. Per serving, they are going to provide the calories this much. And when you come to plain sambar and with gravy vegetables, 170, 150. Here, you are going to take plain dal, it is 100. When you with the gravy, that is when you are adding some gravy like coconut and other fat-rich foods, then it will provide more kilocalories. So boiled egg, when you take one egg, then it will give 190 kilocalories of energy. Like this, and for non-vegetarians also, you can find there are the option when you are taking a food, how much calories you can take. Depending on that, you can choose the food. So, in case of snacks also, when you take bhaji or pakoda,
Hello.
Madam, Bhuvaneshwari madam, left the meeting. Oh, something ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವೇನಾದ್ರು. Dear participants, I think there is a due to technical reason.
yes, what they are in case we are going to add sugar in this and also ghee, fat to all these, so their calorie is also going to be increased. Beverages, when you take beverages, squash, when you make it into RTS, then 1 cup of per glass, it will provide only 75
Madam?
kilocalories of energy. Okay,
Madam, presentation, screen presentation, ma'am. Share the screen, ma'am. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಏನೋ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ,
ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್.
ಓಕೆ ಸರ್.
ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಹೋಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಓಕೆ ಮೇಡಮ್.
Now it is okay, sir.
Right,
is it okay, sir?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Then what happens when excess energy intake? That is, it is going to continued increase in weight in healthy adult after the age of 25. Suppose if a person is having the age of 25, if he is taking excess energy intake in the body has no mechanism to get rid of this extra energy. So that energy is going to be stored in the body in the form of fat. So excess energy, whenever we are having an ideal body weight, ideal body or balance the energy balance, then it is equal to output and input. Input is equal to output. So whatever we are taking, that should be in the form of output. We have to get rid from the body. So when we are taking more amount of energy after 25 years of age, the excess energy is going to be stored in the form of glycogen or adipose tissue. So the excess intake does not have it to be large. It should not be more. It can be as less as, even though you are taking 50 extra calories per day of energy, it will result in 2 kg gain in weight in a year. In a year, you are going to gain about 2 kg body weight. So this is not serious in a short lifespan. That is within 2 years or 3 years. It is not. It cannot be noticed by the other people whether you are fat or less, like that. But when you take a 20 years lifespan, then your body weight is going to be increased about 20 kgs. or 10 years, it will lead to 20 kg of body weight. During that period, it will be noticeable by the other people. So most people add weight after the age of 35 to 40 years of age because they are going to continue energy intake than the 25 years of age. So here one conclusion is that the people who are having the age at the 25, they have to take the same food or same energy and continue till the end, that is till the old age, like that. That is, one has to maintain the body weight. So but the need for energy decreases with the age, because whenever there is age is increasing, their need to energy is going to be decreased because they are not very active. Their tissues in the body are also not active, because tissues which are not visible in our body, like kidneys, heart, all those, they need energy. Even though their weight is less than 5 kg per our body weight, they are more active during the day and night hours. They require more amount of energy. So even their metabolic rate is going to be decreased during the age. So physical activity is also going to be decreased, metabolic activity is also going to be lower. So by a change in the activity, for more active person, they are become less active ones. So whenever there is less active, then the energy is going to be retained in the body. They will become more obese. This obesity, it will lead to more other diseases like heart problems. Already I told you, obesity, diabetes, blood pressure. One by one they will come up in the age. So sedentary people embarking on a physical activity program, moderate intensity activity of short duration to start with. Whenever there is starting with the active work, then moderate intensity, that is, suddenly you cannot change your activity. You have to change gradually in order to, while the duration or intensity. Other day-to-day activities like walking, housework, gardening will be beneficial, not only in weight reduction but also lowering blood pressure and also serum triglycerides. It also elevates HDL. That is, HDL is the one which is a good cholesterol. HDL cholesterol is a good cholesterol. Our HDL cholesterol should be, their normal HDL cholesterol in the blood should be less than 200 milligrams per deciliter. So whenever there is increase in the HDL cholesterol, VLDL cholesterol and VDL cholesterol, they are very harmful to the body. LDL cholesterol are very harmful to the body. So one has to maintain HDL cholesterol in the body. So it also elevates whenever we are walking or running. It will increase the HDL cholesterol in the blood. Simple modification in lifestyle, like deliberately climbing up the stairs instead of using the lift. Instead of using the lift, we can climb up, or we can, by the steps we can walk. Then it will also modification in the lifestyle. Then walking for short distance instead of using vehicle. That is, whenever we go for a small distance also, we can take the vehicle like 2-wheelers or 4-wheelers. So one has to modify by walking, and immensely help in increasing our physical activity. Then exercise program should include warm up and cool down exercises for a period lasting for 5 minutes. First warm up 5 minutes and cool down for 5 minutes. In between, exercise should be done. During exercise, the intensity of exercise should ensure 60 to 70% increase in heart rate. So inactive men over the age of 40 years, women over the age of 50 years, and people at high risk for chronic diseases should first consult physician or doctors before engaging a program of vigorous physical activity like swimming and also running. So when you come to energy expenditure on various physical activities, what is the amount of energy we are going to output by different activities? One is cleaning and mopping in a house. It will output about 210 kilocalories per hour. When you work for a hour, 1 hour, it will give you, it will last about 210 kilocalories. Then gardening, 300 kilocalories. Then even watching TV, it will about 86 kilocalories will be lost. Then cycling for 15 kilometers per hour, it will last about 360 kilocalories. Then running for 12, 10, 8 and 6 kilometers per hour, accordingly 750, 655, 522 and 353 kilocalories of energy is going to be removed by our body. That is, walking for 4 hours, 160 kilocalories. Then the other games like shuttlecock, then table tennis, then volleyball, dancing, fishing, shopping, typing, sleeping, standing, sitting, all these, they are going to um, lose energy. The people lose energy by using all these, by involved in all these games. That is shuttlecock. It will 348 kilocalories of energy is going to be lost. That is for tennis 392. So like this, even sitting, sleeping 57 kilocalories, because here also involuntary activities will be there. So 57 kilocalories of energy is going to be lost by hour. So by all this, one should be physically active, one by intentional exercise, walking, running, cycling or swimming, or otherwise one has to take the active lifestyle, because due to the lifestyle diseases are more nowadays. So take the stairs, walk to work, then sit less, move work. So one has to do all these. So one has to become healthy along with a healthy diet. You can during this COVID situation, you can make a healthy life. So thank you. So I am very by this. By this, I end with my lecture. I am very much thankful to our Dean College of Horticulture, Hyderabad, Dr. Gangadharappa PM, and also the organizer, Dr. Krishna Yadav sir, and other organizers, co-organizers, for giving me an opportunity to share the information with regard to significance of diet and nutrition for the children and also the parents. And also, I am very thankful for the participants, all the participants who are for patients hearing for this lecture. Okay, thank you, Anaya.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you from the on the behalf of the College of Horticulture, Hyderabad, and the organizers of this program. And we had a very good, fruitful session about this nutritional foods and functional foods. And also, you have given the lot of information about the cholesterol, HDL and the LDL, which are highly beneficial for the participants in this regard. Once again, I thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir.
Now it is the time to go for discussions.
Yes.
Participants can ask you some questions very briefly and clearly.
Okay, sir.
And you can also put your questions in the chat box. Okay, I think from the participants, there are no questions. Then some participants have raised. Yes, RM.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Question from my side, sir.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
One question, madam.
Yes.
In more intake of vitamin C leads to a bone loss or calcium loss. Is it true, ma'am?
No. It is helpful in the absorption of calcium. Even though when you are taking more calcium, then it is not going to absorb by the body if you are deficient in vitamin C. So vitamin C along with calcium is very important for the bone function, that is bone formation, density of the bone.
Okay, madam. Thank you, madam. Madam, one more question, madam. Intake of that omega-3 and omega-6, it should be balanced. How it should be balanced, ma'am?
I already told the functions of omega 3
If
and
intake
omega.
of intake of omega 3, if more intake of omega 3 leads to a cardiac disease also. Yes, ma'am.
No,
But
one is
increase
to
of
3. It should
more
not be.
intake of omega 3 that also leads to a cardiac disease.
No, that
Yes,
that should be
ma'am. 1 is to
balanced.
3.
1 is to 3. That should be there in the 1 is to 3.
Ah,
Omega 3 fatty
1 is to
acids and
3.
omega
1%
6
of.
fatty acids. Oh, yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Any others? Okay. In the chat box of this YouTube link, we had found some of the questions from the participants. The Dr. Anand Nadigar has raised the question once again to explain the what is glycemic index mean. Can you answer for this question, madam? You already answered, I think. You explained these things, but he is asking once again, please.
Yes, sir.
Yes, madam. Am I audible to you?
Hello.
Yes, madam.
This thing they are going to be given with the other food. What is the test food when you are going to give? That one also going to be given after giving the glucose. Then they are going to compare. They are going to with the 100 ml of glucose and 100 ml of the test food. Then what is the difference? That will be 100 and 103 will be the glucose glycemic index. Similarly, the comparison will be the it will going to be reduced. That is usually done by the graph. They are going to give the postprandial glucose level and preprandial glucose level. So that comparison will be made between the test food and the glucose food. So that will be expressed in terms of glycemic index. Suppose if the food is having a low glycemic index values, it is good for the diabetic people. If it is more, then you can restrict that food.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. One more question, madam, asked by the Shrestha. Why vitamin K is essential for female?
Vitamin A because
Vitamin K, madam.
yes, vitamin A.
K.
K. Now,
Yes,
for all the people, it is very essential, not only for women. K is very essential because during pregnancy and after delivery, the K is very important for blood clotting. Blood clotting will be done by the function of thrombosis, that is a thrombin formation by the vitamin K. So whenever there is a delivery, there will be loss of blood will be more. So when there is deficiency of vitamin K, the blood loss will be more. Deficiency of K will not be there, then it is going to clot earlier. So it will reduce the blood loss during delivery for a woman. It is good for both the men and women, but especially in case of women during this stage, it is very important.
Thank you,
Sir,
madam.
sir, I have one question.
Yeah. I am observing. You can continue.
Madam, some people after getting obese body, they lose their body weight rapidly and they follow the keto diet. It means ketogenic diet. What is the ketogenic diet and what are the impacts on the human body? Possible, please share the knowledge, madam.
Ketogenic
Diet, madam. Keto diet or ketogenic diet. Some people follow this diet for the lose their body weight rapidly.
ketogenic diet because already I told you that carbohydrates and fats, whenever they are not in a proper manner, that is when you are not taking in adequate amounts, it will lead to byproducts like ketone bodies. Ketone bodies, it is a byproduct from the oxidation of fats and carbohydrates. So whenever you're taking a carbohydrate in adequate amounts, then the formation of ketone bodies should not be there. That is the other thing. That is ketogenic foods. Ketogenic foods means they are rich in ketone bodies. I think Usually the people who are obese, they should have a bulky diet, not ketogenic diet. Bulky diet means they should having a dietary fiber rich foods. Fiber rich foods, it is bulky enough. So it won't provide the calories. Only the proteins and other minerals and vitamins they are going to provide along with the dietary fiber. So dietary fiber, it is going to be useful in reducing the weight of a person, obese people. So
Thank
calorie
you.
restriction will be there, bulking of the diet will be there.
Madam,
Thank you, madam.
what are the impacts on the human body, madam?
What?
What are the impacts?
He is
What are the
asking,
effects of human body ketogenic?
With regard to dietary fiber,
Madam, if you
Madam.
follow the ketogenic diet, what are the effects
for which diet,
on the
sir? I
human
cannot
body?
hear.
On human body, on human body.
Human body,
What are the effects on the human body regarding
Madam.
if you follow the ketogenic diet or if we use the ketogenic
Madam,
ketogenic
madam,
diet. Yes,
madam,
sir.
I am going to clear his question. He is asking if any person is going to follow the ketogenic diet, what are the
Okay.
impacts of ketogenic diet on the human body?
Ketogenic diet. Ketogenic diet, that is ketogenic, that is low carbohydrate diet. Already I told you that is low carbohydrate, because carbohydrates, their main purpose of carbohydrate is going to give energy. That is the energy is the main function of carbohydrates. So ketogenic body, the idea is give more calories from protein and fat. That is fat, already I told you 9 kilocalories of energy, and protein is 4 kilocalories of energy. So less carbohydrate and more fat and protein is going to be provided by the ketogenic diet.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And madam, we are having one more question on YouTube chat box asked by Dr. Umesh Muktamat.
Yes.
The question is, explain glycogen loading for peak performance in sports.
That is the same thing, sir. I have already explained. That is, they are going to give the some quantity of glucose. That is, for example, 100 ml of glucose to a glass of glucose to a people or a person. Then again, they are going to load the test food to a person. Then they are going to give the peak absorbance. That is, peak glucose level will be more, and the test food will be less. In case of glycemic foods, it will be less. That is, glycemic food value is less, then the peak is also going to be less. If it is more, then the peak will be above the glucose level. That comparison will indicate the glycemic index values.
Thank you, madam.
The same
And
thing
one more.
in case of sports person or any other person, it is the same. The procedure will be the same.
Thank you. Thank you very much, madam. One more question in Google Meet asked by Bishar Lang Pingrop. It is a very general question, and he is asking that why people, in spite of having good diet, yet they are very thin and sickly.
Good diet.
In spite of having very good diet, some people are looking very thin and they are also having.
I already explained, sir. Maybe due to genetic factors. That is the one. Genetic factors. If the parents are hereditary, it will come. Even though they are eating more, they are looking thin, but they are healthy. Healthy diet, healthy, but they are not having any sick. Environmental factors and other factors are going to influence.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. We think all the questions are addressed by the resource person. Now, we are not allowing any more questions. This is the time to wind up this second day first session. Thank you very much, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari ji, madam, for being a part with this training program as a resource person to deliver a wonderful lecture on this nutritional aspects. Thank you very much from the College of Horticulture, Mindrabad, and all the organizers of this college. And instructions to participants. The first day quiz already released yesterday night, and we had given the deadline to submit this quiz before 10 o'clock of this morning. Many of you have not submitted. Please do not forget to submit. But in the second day, we are also going to release, but we are extending the time frame sufficiently. So please submit all your responses through a link which is raised for the quizzes. And second day, second session starts in the afternoon at 2:30. Please available at that time. Thank you. Thank you, Ananda.
Thank
Thank you, madam. Yes, madam.
ಒಂದೂವರೆ ಗಂಟೆ ಆಯ್ತು.
10:45 12:30 ವರೆಗೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಒಂದು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಡಿಲೇ ಮಾಡಿ.
Hello, sir. Thippanna, sir. Hello.
Hello. Yes, Krishna sir, am I audible?
Yeah, audible. We will wait for another 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, right.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back. Soon we are going to start our second session. As now schedule time is 2:30, we are going to start this second session, which is on sports and energy drinks. I will welcome back all the participants for the second session. The resource person for this second session is Dr. Thippanna KS. He is the eminent personality in the University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkote. Is bearing the responsibilities of assistant professor, post harvest technology, and working in College of Horticultural Engineering and Food Technology in Devi Osuru. And he has completed his graduation from the University of Agricultural Sciences, Bagalkote, and post-graduation in University of Agricultural Sciences, GKVK, Bengaluru. Thereafter, he has completed his post-graduation, that is PhD in University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkote, Karnataka. And before joining for this assistant professor in university, he has worked in Safal Market, Bengaluru, thereafter in Reliance Retail, then Department of Horticulture in Government of Karnataka as Assistant Horticulture Officer. Now, he has joined University of Horticultural Sciences, Bagalkote, and he has awarded with gold medal for his meritorious performance in master's degree and published more than 15 research papers and published around 20 general articles. Thank you, sir, for being with us to present the second session on sports and energy drinks. I hope Thippanna sir is doing fine. And yes, yeah.
Thank you, Yadav-ji, for. Can I?
Oh, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Yeah.
You can interact. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Yadav-ji, for your brief introduction about me. And it's my pleasure to give the lecture on the sports and energy drinks for this vast audience related to physical education and health. What do you say? Fit India movement. Now, what government of India is more organizing Fit India movement. No? It's one of the. I feel it's an opportunity for me to deliver a lecture related to the food, because basically our major area of work is in food processing. I feel very happy to present and justify my topic to the audience or participant to the today's. Okay, thank you, Yadav-ji. I will start my.
Sir. Yes, sir. Please. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Welcome all the audience, and really I am very happy that I got an opportunity to share my views regarding the topic that which assigned to me for the today's presentation. Basically, before going to start this session, I just want to brief about food is basically, because if you want to be healthier, we need to have a better food. If you want to be Yadav-ji, is it clear? Dr. Yadav, is it clear?
Yes, sir. It is visible and clear.
Okay,
please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. With respect to means, what exactly say? If you want to be healthier, we need to have a good food. What basically food? What food define? I think you might have understood about in detail in the morning session with Dr. Bhuvaneshwari made about the balanced diet for the sports personalities what kind of food is needed for that. And but I will start my uh, presentation with a brief introduction, or just to give glances about the what basically food called. As per the science, food is anything which we can consume or which we can drink, which will provide an energy to boost or to do the work and do the some physiological activity in the body is considered to be as a food. Basically, food is categorize how much food is required, then for what is the level of how much is needed. A healthy person, we need somewhere about as per ICMR recommendation, daily recommended calories means from different sources of either animal sources or vegetable sources or any kind of sources, we need at least minimum based on the age of the personality we need. I'm telling in this is in view of general personality, not with respect to the sports personalities. Is in general, I'm telling you. It may be somewhere about 1800 to 2400 kilocalories. Sport personality is somebody who is involved excessive exercise or cycling. They require more energy because whatever they consume energy can be burned during the course of exercise. That's it can be met by different sources. Either it may be met by the carbohydrate, fat, protein. Everything is required to maintain the proper diet to the human body. As a post personality also, they require a lot of energy. Yes, what you call is a healthy food. Healthy food is comprises of all the commodities which is going to provide a energy, or what you call as a macronutrient like a carbohydrate, protein, fat, and micronutrient like vitamins and minerals. Minerals are very essential for this athletics or athletes or even a sport personalities, because they loses lots of energy or electrolytes during course of their exercise, during course of their workouts and other things. For that, it has to be supplemented with some of the media. This whole, whatever the grains, the fruits, vegetables, tubers, everything, all this contains different sources of nutrient, maybe macronutrient and micronutrient. Some of the fruits and vegetables going to provide all these essential vitamins and minerals that is very much essential for their body balance or the maintaining the proper health. Let's move on to next. How exactly what is the plan for our diet? What kind of food can be consumed in a more and what can be consumed in a lesser manner? The food which are going to provide a less energy or which will be what we call as a cereals and grains should be consumed in excess, followed by the fruits and vegetables. Then we can go for some of the first basic thing is water. We have to consume more and more water, at least 6 to 8 liters of water, because our body is fully made up, means 60 to 70% of our body is filled with a water or a fluids. We can call it as not directly as a water, it's a fluid. Either we can consume water as a direct form or in the format of beverages. We can call it as a beverages. Means it will going to fulfill the maintaining the body osmoregulation. We call it as scientifically osmoregulations. Next, we'll move on to the first. Basically, we'll understand what is a thirst. When we will going to feel I am very thirsty. I am as a not a sports person, as a lay. Somebody is walking from a long distance during summer. They are coming from the bright sunshine into some. When they enter into home, they feel excessive increase in the body temperature. This body increase in body temperature may going to cause the sweating. This sweating is a physiological process that will going to reduce the body temperature. During process of sweating, the body will lose its fluids, and also at the same time it will going to lose its electrolytes. Whatever we call as electrolytes is basically sodium, potassium, magnesium, chlorine, and all things together is called as a electrolytes. Then that time what exactly brain will triggers to drink something which are very potable. Either you can consume water or you can consume any beverages, fruit beverages, or you can consume a cola, or you can whatever that it is depending on the person. For the first, we will understand what do you mean by beverages. What exactly beverage contains? What you mean? When we'll start, beverages are, first we're going to talk, beverages are integral part of a human diet. It starts from the birth of a child and it moves to throughout our life cycle. Every day we need a lot of water in the form of either in the form of milk or in the form of juice or in the form of whatever the things, coconut water or in the sports drinks or different forms. We are going to get a beverages. What is beverage? Beverage is nothing but any fluid which is consumed by drinking is called as a beverage, which will mainly contributed by the water, and along with the fruit beverages, or we have a synthetic beverages, then alcoholic beverages, milk, dairy beverages like buttermilk, even the tea, coffee, and chocolate together we can consider as a beverages. And next we'll move on to how they are prepared. They prepared majorly from the food ingredients. There's nothing like a other thing than the food. Basically, food. How exactly we are going to use different other foods? No, like that only we are going to use this beverage made out of food, and they prepared with all the including a food laws. Who is the responsible? Who is the authority? Which is the authority is responsible to make a food law with respect to India? Foods FSSAI, Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, is presently working to set the standards and regulation with respect to any kind of foods which is produced, marketed, imported, exported in the India. Is Food Safety and Standard Authority of India. 2006, according to 2006 Act, everything is structured. With respect to globe, there's a Codex Alimentarius Conditions. This is a agency which is under umbrella of WHO and FAO. That agency is working out for the laws or standards made to the food with respect to the entire globe. What exactly next we are moving? What is the health importance of beverage? Beverage will going to provide whatever the nutrient health that water requirement for our body. 70% of body is required weight is mainly water, and it helps to maintain the body temperature. First thing is mainly help to maintain body temperature, and it will maintain the rehydrated body, and it will assist in digestion, assimilation, and excretion of food. It also helps to remove the toxic substances produced in the body as a result of metabolism, such as the urea, uric acid, and other form of excreta which is we daily do. That and water is also water in a beverage helps to regulating the temperature of body through the process of sweating. Beverage, especially a fruit and vegetable base, will going to provide a micronutrient. Especially beverage made out of fruit and vegetable will provide micronutrients such as vitamins and minerals, and also they provide antioxidants like carotenoid, flavonoid, lycopene, anthocyanin. These are colored fruit beverages. No, they are really helpful because they will going to act as a immune booster. Present day immune system is very important with respect to maintain a proper health of any person, either a post person or other common person. He should be very immune or resistant to disease. How it can be possible? How it is possible? It is only our food habit. Either we can consume what kind of food which is rich in these micronutrient or macronutrient as well as these antioxidants. Certain beverages like tea and coffee that will going to stimulate our central nervous system. Means sometime if you feel bored or if you feel some kind of headache, our mind will trigger to go for consumption of coffee or tea, which really activate our mind. And even we have next category of beverages, that's alcoholic beverages. Even wine is considered to be good for health, especially heart health. And fermented beverages like our buttermilk and other things which is made out of dairy product, which are rich in microflora. This is a beneficial microflora. Prebiotics and probiotics, we can call it as a pre and probiotics, which will restore the improve the if sometime if a people in our if you feel diarrhea or loose motion, we supposed to take a buttermilk or any kind of fluid which are rich in these microflora as an electrolyte, because whatever the lost electrolyte or water content that has to be regained by these beverages only. Beverages are classified into different categories based on their usages, based on the form. One is natural beverage, and other is synthetic beverages that based on the raw material used, carbonated, non-carbonated, presence of carbon dioxide, presence of alcohol. We classify it into these alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverage based on the temperatures of served product. We can call it as a cold drinks and hot drinks, and something like coffee, tea, and other things we can call it as a stimulating. Here also we have one our category of product like energy drink, which is mainly added with a caffeine. Caffeine will going to stimulate our energy and it will improve our focusing if it consumed in a proper quantity, and other categories. Yes, now we'll move down to our actual business. Today's main topic for our topic is the sports and energy drinks. What do you mean by sports and energy drink? Sports and energy drinks. In this today's session, I'm going to cover definitions of the sports and energy drinks and what are all the ingredients which is there in the drinks, the sports and energy drinks, and when to use, and how we can use these things. Is there any negative effect of these sports and energy drink to on the health of the athlete or a sports personality, and is there any regulations or set of acts which can control the production, processing, manufacture, and marketing of these sports and energy drink, or we can call it simply I can call it as a sports fluids and the health. Next, according to medical dictionary, what do you mean by sports drinks? It's just a drink, a beverage which is a thirst quenching beverage used in the sports and athletics or related activities to rehydrate. Basically, it is used for a rehydrate and boost the energy, replenish the electrolyte lost to sweating by doing exercise. Just simple a beverage. Means first, basically we can use to thirst quenching. If something I feel very much thirsty, I need to consume some kind of liquid product. During that time, I can drink a water, or I can drink any food beverage, or I can drink any sport drinks. Which is better one? Yes, as per as technical importance, sport drinks or sport beverage or sport fluid is considered to be a better one. Why? Because water doesn't contain any carbohydrate. It is having only, it can rehydrate it, but it can't replenish the electrolyte lost during your sweating process. And water doesn't contain any carbohydrate. Carbohydrate is very essential for a person who was actively involved in the athletic game. You need some more glycogen which is lost during this activity, because whenever you do some exercise or doing running or cycling, along with the electrolytes, energy is lost. The calorie burning will go on to take place. So how to replace this calorie or glycogen lost during this process of endurance exercise or these physical activities, that has to be filled by these drinks only, because we can't consume a solid food during that time, or before the exercise, or during the exercise, or immediately after the exercise, or immediately after these activities. It's very difficult to consume these solid foods. For that time, how exactly we have to replenish or we can regain our energy is only by means of sport drinks with proper that what you call it say optimum. If something is too high, also problematic. That's we're going to learn in this session. Yes, what is an important ingredients or constituents of these sport drinks? Usually sport drinks contains carbohydrate at a rate of 6 to 8%. Means for every 100 ml of a drink, which is contained about 6 to 8 gram of sugar. Basically, this carbohydrate. In other kind of beverages, sugar is available in the form of sucrose. That's called as a disaccharide. That is not directly available for the energy purpose. That has to convert to glucose. Then it will going to convert to the glycogen. Then it will be absorbed to energy. But these sport drinks will be available with a more of monosaccharides such as a dextrose or a glycogen or a glucose. It directly, when you consume these sport beverages, it directly add to our energy. It boosts the energies, whatever they last. Usually, if we don't aware about these drinks, we aware about glucose. Whenever we'll go for the sports or I go for game activities or the athletic events, usually after they or in between, our mentors will go into, or our helper used to provide the glucose either in the form of liquid or in the form of solid, because it is an immediate supply of energy to our body. Is the one thing. What else? What is the main constant of these sport drinks, which is not there in the glucose drink? It's the one thing. It's a electrolytes. Electrolytes are the salts of different, like sodium salt, potassium, chlorine, calcium, and magnesium. These are very, because sodium is very important nutrient which is required to replenish or regulate the osmosis. This is the highest content among the electrolytes. Sodium is a major constant in all kind of sport drinks. Yes, can we drink these electrolytes without any flavor? Yes, it's very difficult, because some study says that a people or a students or adolescent or a teenagers will prefer to have any drink or any product which is of flavored either by natural flavor or a synthetic flavor, which are of food grade. It's very important, which are of food grade, either from a natural source or a synthetic source. You may get orange is one of the best acceptable flavor for the most of the orange flavor. Most of the beverages which is available, these kind of fruit drinks are orange flavor. Now in berries of different strawberry flavor, like blackberry flavors is available. What others? Sometimes we need to add some of vitamins and minerals which are essential for these beverages, or some herbs are added. Nowadays the trend is moving towards the natural. There we can add some herbs which are natural source of a nutrient as well as the color. We can use it. Yes, and some other colors also be added to these sport drinks. Yes, what exactly electrolytes will know? Restore the sodium, potassium, and chloride to the body needed to maintain the water balance outside the cell and last through the sweat. Exactly these electrolytes, what they will do? They will try to balance the nutrient level or a sodium level to maintain, we call it as a osmoregulation, balance of water from the outside as well as within the body, and which is last through a sweating process. That's the basic purpose of using these electrolytes. Otherwise, we feel more tired and we feel we lost the activeness to do the work or further activities after completion of these exercises or in between. If you are going for different games, if you want to prepare for the next session or next innings further, we need to have some kind of these kind of electrolyte drinks or sport drinks. They contain sodium. What exactly sodium means? The small amount of sodium contained in many sport drinks helps to activate a thirst, especially when you add little bit of pinch of salt to a sharbat, or what we call as a limbu pani. That's the one. I will take an example of limbu pani. That's one of the best our sport drinks. We can call it a sport drinks because limbu pani contains some acids. Limbu pani added with some sugar because it provides energy, and also some salt. Immediately it will ask us to drink more and more, which is very essential to rehydrate our body. Otherwise, if you ask us to drink some water, we will take a little water. That will not going to replenish the water lost during all these activities. That's why sodium or salt, which will going to replenish or which will going to rehydrate fully, not off-fill, it's not impartial or complete thirst quenching as well as rehydrated our body with this sodium. Then what exactly this carbohydrate do? Already I told you, it will be major source of energy. It will be absorbed very quickly because it is available in the form of monosaccharides such as glucose and glycogen, dextrose. Next, I told you flavor. Studies have shown that children and young adults will consume more fluid that they offered in a flavored drink. Yes, if something, if you are altered in the original flavor or added with some synthetic or natural flavor, definitely the rate of consumption will be much higher than that of normal. These are something which already I taught you about I just told you about the use of this about this electrolyte drinks or sport drinks. Basically, electrolytes control the osmosis of water between body compartments and help to maintain the acid-base balance required for the proper metabolism. It's very essential. If it after completion of running, I need some kind of balance in acid base balance. If there is no balance in acid base, I will be not able to do the further, or I will not be able to walk, because of maybe it will going to make me to do the muscle cramping, or it will going to lose all my energy and I'm unable to walk during that. That's why these electrolytes as well as sugar will help us to make the balance among the before, after, or during our exercise or workouts. Yes, is there any, you can ask, is there any single kind of sport drinks, or somebody may not need excess of sugar, they may not need excess of electrolytes. Based on the presence of sugar as well as electrolytes, the sport drinks are categorized into a 3 different category. One is an isotonic sport drink, another is a hypertonic, and last one is a hypotonic. Based on the level of these things, we can choose which is suitable for me and what kind of activity I can do it. Like isotonic sport drinks is one which is having a sugar and salt at the ratio or quantity as good as in our body, human body having. Like, but it's having a carbohydrate at the ratio of 6 to 8 grams, which is very essential for somebody who can travel or who can walk more or do some exercise. Isotonic drinks quickly replace the fluids lost by sweating and supply the boost very immediate energy it will provide. This kind of drinks is a choice for the most athletes, especially middle and long distance running or team sports, because here we are not more interested on to increase our body weight. We need the energy and electrolytes which we lost that time only. That's why we need only isotonic, which is suitable for the middle and long distance running or team sports. Next, hypotonic sport drinks. It contain a lower concentration of salt and sugar than the human body. Okay, during process of this activity, I may lose very little quantity of this salts as well as the sugar energy lost. I am not interested to increase my weight. My aim is to only provide a little bit of energy. Hello? Is there any? Am I audible? Yadavji?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Please continue. We are muting. We are Ashok Dodmani.
Okay, I got some disturbance in between. That's why.
Yeah, I have muted him. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Hypertonics quickly replace the fluids, because all these sports drinks will going to replace the fluidless at the earliest. This kind of drink is suitable for the athletes who need a fluid without boost the carbohydrate, such as a gymnast. Somebody, if you go for gym to increase the, means they don't want to go for gym to increase the weight or weight gain. They are going to gym for to maintain proper. That time you can go for hypotonic, which are less in sugar as well as electrolytes. Next important third category of the sport drinks is hypertonic sport drinks. That is contain higher concentration of salt and sugar than the human body, higher level of carbohydrates. Hypertonic drinks can be used to supplement daily carbohydrate, because somebody can't take more of food, carbohydrate through food. That fellow, he can take the carbohydrate through this hypotonic, which is more in sugar, and readily can replace the glycogen lost, and it will also help to build the glycogen lost to a muscle. And in long distance event, high level energy is required. Hypotonic can be taken during that before and after the exercise. Yes, some benefits already we know, because till now I'm speaking only benefits about these just in bullet point, I'm telling electrolytes replenishment and also available to carbohydrates and glucose increases energy, causes less muscle damage, especially electrolyte like sodium. If it is not there in our drink, it is going to make a muscle cramping. If some for the cyclist as well as the runner, long distance runner, they may feel more or damage to their muscle. That can be easily solved by this consumption of sport drinks, or may not be manufactured one. You can prepare on your own this kind of which are added with all these minerals as well as the flavor, even added with some glucose and other glycogen. Next, less immune system suppression means it will trigger our energy, it will motivate. Some sport drinks, especially I call it as an energy drink. Directly, I'm not calling this as a sport drinks, I'm calling it as an energy drinks, which is added with the caffeine. Caffeine will going to activate our central nervous system. Because of this presence of caffeine, it will activate our cells and it will help us to focus on our work. That's the one advantage of these sport drinks. They are both sports and energy drinks are not same literally, but these sport drinks are mainly concentrating the electrolytes, but energy drinks are mostly concentrating or added with the caffeine, or also it will going to add your energy through other vitamins, minerals and proteins. These what you call as the energy drinks. Nutrient facts, already I told you what is the level of. Here the sodium is a maximum, then followed by the potassium, or added with about 3 to 8 grams of sugar is there in this nutrition fact about this any sport drinks for 100 ml. Yes, when to consume? Yes, we have a 3 option. We can consume before, we can consume during, and post, or to recovery, whatever the energy we lost during the process of this exercise or workout. Yes, some guidelines, fluid guidelines for athletics. Before exam, what we need to do? Before start the exercise or game starts, or team sports, or running or other thing, at least we need to consume about 500 to 600 ml of water or any sport drinks 2 to 3 hours before exercising, or before our work has to start, or before our athletic event has to be started. That means 17 to 20 ounce, nothing but it's about 500 to 600 ml. But before 20 minutes, also we need to consume some about 100 ml to 200 ml, or somewhere about somewhere 300 ml, under 150, 250 to 300 ml. That is going to maintain a proper balance, because after that, during courses of the exercise or during course of that activity, definitely we're going to lose that electrolytes as well as the water. For that, we need to be fulfilled with our fuel. That's nothing but our either you consume any drinks or with water. Even water also sufficient. But if we take only water, our mind will not going to accept large quantity. 600 ml, 700 ml is very difficult. For that, we need to have some added with some flavor, some nutrients. That's called as a sport drinks. During exercise, fluid replacement beverage should be readily accessible. We need to consume at least 7 to 10 ounces of, somewhere we call it as a 300 ml every 20 minutes. If you are going for a long distance running or cycling, it's very essential. For a short-term game, it's not that much is required. If you have the exercise or the activities for a more than hours, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, it's like a long marathon or a cross country, cycling for about 10, 20, 30 kilometers. For that time, it may take about 6 hours, 7 hours. For that time, we need to use these beverages in a regular interval, about 20, 30 minutes. Then only our energy will maintain throughout the session or throughout the innings. Consume the maximum amount of fluid you can tolerate. Maximum, how much you can tolerate, but you have to consume it a cool one, or we can, may not be chilled one, it's a cool one, maybe about 50 to 59 degree Fahrenheit, not a degree centigrade, it's a Fahrenheit. We can call it a somehow it's about 20 degree or 18 degree. That's much acceptable. If it is an hard condition, our acceptance level is very low. And if it is a flavor, always it should be acceptance, or we can the rate of consumption will be much more in case of if it's flavored as well as somewhat chilled, not too chill, somewhat chill. After exercise, that's very essential, because whatever you are consuming before or during is not important. You have to regain or rehydrate your body after exercise. Very important for each pound lost during the exercise, maybe loss of energy or maybe loss of through certain loss in the weight. It's more old school with respect to the gymnasium, or in case of those who are doing the exercise or bodybuilder, they can consume at least 20 ounce of maybe 600 ml of beverage for every pound it lost, and compensate for additional sweating and urination, because that will be not only sweating, it also excrete through your urination process. Replace carbohydrate which are lost during, and whatever glycogen which is essential for our body energy maintenance. And what are the we can avoid during these activities? I told you fruit juice is best, but it is having a fructose. Most of the fruits are rich in fructose. It will be good, but rate of absorption very slow. Unlike your sport beverages, which is made up of monosaccharide like glucose and dextrose, that's readily available as energy. But fruit juices is made up with a fructose. Absorption is there, but it will be very slow. Please avoid carbonated drinks or soda, because carbonation causes bloating. Means it may not be in a favorable condition. It will going to cause some kind of irritation. But that is not recommended to have carbonated or soda kind of things. High sugar concentration slows the absorption, because in carbonated beverage usually sucrose is a major source. There we are not going to add, or some kind of some sucrose is a major source over there. Or your regular sugar, corn sugar, or not corn sugar, that's a cane sugar. Yes, let us understand what is the difference between a normal water as well as a sport drinks. Normal water doesn't contain any carbohydrate, but sport drinks contain a carbohydrate level of 6 to 8%, provides added energy. Presence of electrolytes, it's 0 in case of a water, but it is about somewhere, it is on some variation. It will going to be based on the quantities required. That hypotonic, what you call as hypotonic, isotonic, or hypotonic, that's going to vary with respect to sport drinks. Quenches thirst, less drinking means, okay, it helps to quench the thirst, but the amount of water consumption is very less. But the same thing is added with the sodium or sport drinks, especially our body is reheated with a more of water, that will be beneficial for our sports person or those who are doing these physical activities. Stimulate the urine production, was same thing, but in case of absorbed very quickly, the sodium and other thing will going to absorb very quickly, and you are not having a problem of a frequent urination. There's a one advantage of these sport drinks. And no flavor in case of water, but it's a flavor that acceptability is more, you can consume as much as possible. Yes, these are some of the commercial brands of sport drinks available in India. Yes, even abroad, majorly they are introduced only. We are not, because our basically in our home earlier also we have very well known about these sport drinks. Somebody is coming to through a bright sunshine, we are offering what you call as jaggery and water. What jaggery contains? Jaggery contains sugar, jaggery contains salt, jaggery contains some acids, and also water. What exactly? It will go to replenish all the electrolytes lost during this. You are walking from the long distance, or if somebody guest will come to your home, what you are going to offer? That is nothing but our sport drinks only. Sport drinks contain same thing only, nothing else. But these things are commercially branded. Each 500 may cost you somewhere about 50 to 60, 70 rupees, depending on the brand or their different nutrition aspects. They are going to marketing it, because that is a totally worth of about $44 billion world business related to sport nutrition only. 44 billion worth sports nutrition only traded throughout the world by 2022. This is a one target, or some one forecasting is done on the total business of the sports, not only sport drinks, it is about sport nutrition. It may comes with a protein powder or some of protein bars, or it may be added with other different kind of foods together. In the major share is that sport drinks also contribute much on that total sale or trade of this sport nutrition. Some of the categories, some of the brands which is available in the market is Powerade Zero, Powerade, or Gatorade Accelerate. These are the some of the exclusive sport drinks. You can ask Red Bull or you can ask some other thing. They consider as a sport drinks, but they added with a caffeine. Caffeine will go into it's considered directly energy drink if we add it with the caffeine. These are something different combinations, what exactly they contain, because all the things are same, but level of carbohydrate and nutrition with respect to sodium salts and potassium salts are varying from the among these different brands or different names only. Yes, Gatorade, when it started, it is a product from the California University or Florida University, 1965. First, it was began with in 1965. Even we have a Powerade. It is started in 1988. It is also trading a huge in the international market. Then we have Red Bull. It is also started in 1982. Mainly, it is considered as a energy drink in Australian. Then Lucozade, energy sport drinks. Then what exactly? In a 2012 study showed that high acidity, what kind of the ill effects? Is there any ill effects? Yes, there is surely. If you consume excess of these sport drinks, definitely it will go in directly. It will going to act on your tooth enamel decay because of presence of more acid as well as the presence of sugar will going to cause some kind of tooth enamel decay. And depending upon the brand, there is a variation among the pattern of sales. Yes, I'm going to just going to give a brief importance about sports supplements. It may be protein powder, it may be minerals and added with amino acids. A product used to enhance athletic performance that may include vitamins, minerals, amino acids, herbs, and botanicals, or any concentration or extract or combination of these is called as a sports supplements. I'm not going to cover in detail. It may be protein supplement, it may be mineral supplement or vitamin supplements. Together we call as a ergogenic or sports supplements. Yes, how do they work? Yes, they work to increase the muscle mass, that's a protein powder, increase the keratin phosphate, that is very essential for our body to balance proper weight and other things, reduce the stress hormone. Yes, especially it will going to improve our concentration, keep immune function stable, and replaces the water as electrolytes together. These are what we call sport drinks that will going to take care of it, sport supplements. Then I told you already, if you use how much we are using based on the usage only, a risk is there. That is a dental erosion is a major. If you consume excess, if you not do the proper exercise, definitely you are going to end up with a obesity or what you could call as a fatty one. Sometimes there is a chances with the too much presence of salt. If it is not properly sweated out or urinated out, end up with a kidney stones and other things that we need to take care of it. And some of the gastrointestinal disturbance will be there. And these are the, if you consume excess, especially it is more important with respect to energy drinks, because energy drinks added with the caffeine. If you consume excess caffeine, definitely it will go into alter your mental balance. Yes, now we'll move down to our next. I'm not going to deal in detail about these energy drinks. Energy drinks are those beverages which boost energy, mainly contain sugar and caffeine. Let's see here, other side we have electrolytes and sugar. Here, caffeine and sugar. In recent past 3 years, there has been rapid growth in this demand for energy drinks from the young and adolescents. They added with also some stimulants and vitamins to in it. This is also other than sport drinks. They are come directly. We can take a water, lightly flavored energy drinks are available. Lower carbohydrate electrolytes drinks are available. Then we are high carbohydrate drinks are available. Added ingredient vitamin, taurine. These are going to stimulate activities. These are some of the commercial brands of energy drinks. Maybe I told you Red Bull Energy Shot, or Full Total, or Rockstar Original, then Power Trip, or Relentless. These are some of the commercial available brands. No, see just look into the what are the ingredients available in different categories of these commercial brands of energy drink. Everywhere they are with a caffeine, taurine, inositol, or these are regulated by the food safety and standard authority. Yeah, I will going to finally I'll going to deal with the what standard regulation is saying about these the presence of different caffeine level. What will be the optimum caffeine level into the and how much should be the tolerance level for any person. These are some kind of energy drink. Yes, now I will go to regulation related to these energy drinks as well as caffeinated beverages, because most of the things which is governed by this FSI, Food Safety and Standards of India, has taken a step to regulate caffeinated beverages after learning from the that many leading energy drinks in the Indian market have caffeine as the ingredient more in amount than the suggested consumption level. That's why, according to FSSI, caffeine level should be between 145 milligram per liter to 300 milligram per liter only. It should not exceed 300 milligram per liter. If it is exceeding 300 milligram, then it will be banned or it will not be consumed directly. Okay, because it will going to adversely affect the mental health. The manufacturer, what else? That the standard or regulation say the manufacturer of these beverages need to be appointed food supervisor for the check whether the safety levels of the beverages are appropriate. These are the rules and regulations related to the setup of any energy drink or caffeinated beverages. If the ingredients are from the energy drinks includes any fruits or any other ingredient, then you need to tag it, or you should mention the presence of these or the source of these minerals or source of fruits and vegetable available in this, that you have to mention. These are the label claims, we can call it in the this kind of food categories. Yes, already I told you world sports nutrition market is growing at the rate of 7%. Annual growth rate of this world sport nutrition market by 2022 is a 44 billion US dollar. This is comprised of all these categories. And among the sport drinks, North America is leading. Till date, North America is excess or a maximum consuming the sport drinks among the all the nations or among the all the categories of nation. Yes, let us come to a final conclusion. Sport drinks and supplement might promote the good performance of the sports. Their consumption should not be taken without advice of a qualified health professional. Yes, you are supposed to, without knowing proper knowledge about these drinks or these things, we should not consume it. We have to take the dietitianist or somebody is very much aware about all these things. Then only blindly we should not consume all those things. The overall performance is actually the results of many factors, including the talent, training, equipment, diet, everything. Not only sport drinks, it needs our mental attitude along with the training, and also how much different factor we're going to consider the total output of these effectiveness of these beverages. I thank all the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present. I hope I'm not an expert in this area of sport and this energy drink area, but only just I will try to justify the topic. Over to Yadav sir. If you have any doubts, we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for a beautiful presentation and presentation on this energy drink and their brands, content, FSSAI standards, and also what their roles and why we should not prefer this carbonated drinks while we are going to participate in sports activities like that. We have elaborately discussed about all these things. Now, take a 30 to 35 seconds time. Sir, just you go for had a plenty of water. Thereafter, we will start discussions. Before that, I am going to discuss with the participants about some of the questions. If they raise the hands, then I will list out the questions.
Yes, sir. Just give me 1 or 2 minutes
Yeah,
time. I'll be back.
yeah.
Okay, just give me a
Okay.
2 minutes, 1 minute time. I'll be back.
Yeah. Go and have a water, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. 1 minute.
Yes, participants. If you have any particular questions, you can raise your hands and you can ask that questions to me so that I am going to write down and later I will ask that question to our resource person. Yes. If anyone, no doubts. Yeah. Are you posting in the chat box? If you post questions in even chat box, also they are going to discuss.
Yadavji?
Yes, sir. You are back.
Yes, sir. I'm back.
Yeah. Thank you very much for taking a very little time to come back.
Yes, I have some
And
other.
we are having some, yeah. We are having some questions.
Yes, sir.
They are raised in YouTube chat box as well as in Google Meet chat box.
Okay.
The participant, the Sharad Jawli, asking about what are the affordable energy drinks for weaker
Sir, you are not audible.
means to say that economically weaker section, those who are not ready to afford for the higher costs.
Yes, sir. Simple
For
thing
those
I
type
told
of
you.
sportsmanship persons, what are the affordable brands you can suggest?
Yes, sir. It's not a big brand. I'm not telling you anything brand.
Yeah, not
It's
clear my
simply,
question to you.
yeah, it's clear. I will tell you.
Yeah.
Just only it's a homemade. You can make any kind of things. Okay. Before going to these activities, you can prepare a
Yeah, that's
bowl
right.
out
Yeah.
of water, adding glucose as well as some of the sodium salt. That is sufficient. That is going to fulfill the whatever requirement along with the consumption of one banana because banana consists of more of potassium, which will sufficient to provide a loss potassium, which is good osmoregulant. Is the one thing, and also adding with the water with the glucose as well as salt is sufficient. Sir. That is a best sport drinks or electrolyte fluid, which we can prepare on our own. That's weaker section. Yadavji, is it clear? Yadavji, am I audible? Excuse me. Dr. Yadav?
Sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is there any other questions?
Yeah, yes, sir. Another question is there.
Yes, sir. Please.
Asked by Somappa Taggal. Name the soft drinks for kids who playing more than 2 hours per day.
Sir, you are not audible. Please, can you repeat the question?
Am I clear to you?
No, can you repeat?
Uh, yeah. Name the soft drinks
Uh,
for kids who playing more than 2 hours per day.
Yes, sir. For it is not advisable to have any kind of energy or sport drinks for kids because they may contain some of caffeines into that. For that, it's better to have some kind of our own prepared, like lemon juice is sufficient, sir, because that will go to replenish the electrolytes. But don't
Yeah.
forget to add salt to the lemon juice or whatever you call as sharbat. That's sufficient for this children. Or you can go for, because they need not require any more energy. You can go for some orange juices. That is sufficient. Need not to go for any
Yeah. Can you
synthetic
think
dairy.
about this? Can you think of this glucose and ORS?
Yes, sir. Okay. These electrolytes, whatever called as a glucose or ORS, is okay, sir. Not an issue. But if we give any fruit beverages, no, fruit beverages will
Yeah,
really
yeah,
help
yeah.
to
That's it.
replenish.
Yeah. Uh, refreshment.
Yeah,
It adds refreshing. Yeah. Yes, sir. One more question asked by the participant Umesh Muktamat. Explain word anti-doping agency recommended sports drinks.
Yadavji, you are not clear.
Yes. Explain.
Ah.
Explain word anti-doping agency recommended sports drinks.
Oh, sorry, I am not aware about this
WADA
information.
recommended.
Okay, no idea about that one. Please, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for addressing all the queries. I think the participants benefited almost and clarified almost all their doubts. And I am sure that our resource person has provided a lot of information on energy drinks. So we thank our resource persons on behalf of College of Horticulture Munrat and organizers and sparing their valuable time to be with us and to be a part of this training program. Thank you very much, sir. Today we are
Thank
going to conclude this session. Thank you, sir. Today we are going to conclude this session and probably tomorrow our session starts at 10:45. We are also releasing questions related to quizzes. Today's two sessions people will be there today evening, and we are giving time, 24 hours time for that. Please attend and record your responses in Google Forms. Thank you, one and all.
you, Yadavji.
Anything you have to say, resource person, Dr. Thippanna sir, to the participants?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to share my knowledge with respect to this area. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks to all.